Looks like we're live now. So welcome to everybody who is just joining us for this morning's HHS committee hearing. We'll be talking about two bills today, LD 1771 and LD 1781. This is a public session, a public hearing. So we'll be eliciting testimony and not offering any thoughts. But we will, as members of the committee, have an opportunity to ask questions as we go along. This whole proceeding is viewable on YouTube if you'd like, or you can also come back and find the recorded version, which is available through our website. You go to legislature.maine.gov, look for the drop down of the committees and select Health and Human Services, and you can go back and see older sessions too. As was the case yesterday, we anticipate a number of unplanned technical and operator errors. So just be patient with us as we go through that process. We're getting our feet under us again after 7 months of not having these meetings real regularly. So the committee will be keeping their phone on mute, stay as visible as possible. And then no, content of any value other than logistical in the chat. So we'll be starting with LD 1771, and then we'll go to LD 1781. Everybody who wants to offer testimony will be heard. We know a number of people have signed up. We'll go through them first, and at the end of the testimony, we'll ask if we've missed anybody who's joined us later. It's important that everybody feel like they have their opportunity to present their thinking. Please identify yourself correctly on Zoom by going to the three dots in the upper right-hand corner and adjusting your name after you click on rename. That'll help us know who we're listening to. In the transition from being in the attendee list to becoming a participant, there's the sense of a black hole. You have to click a box that says you accept the transfer. We have not lost you. It works. Hang in there. And then when we're done, we'll change you back to attendee, and you can watch YouTube if you'd like. Written testimony can be submitted anytime up until the work session. And there's been directions offered about that, and you can find those on the website too. You will not have the ability, if you're here to testify, to use the chat function, as that's been turned off for those who are waiting to testify. Typically, we allow the legislators to introduce their bills, and then we have 3-minute limit for those testifying in support or against, or neither for nor against. That's about a page and a half of typed material. And if you're not done at 3 minutes, we'll ask you to conclude and have you submit the rest of your testimony in writing if you'd like. The committee is invited to ask clarifying questions after any testimony, and we'll see where that goes. And so now's a good time to go around and introduce ourselves. Let's start with the staff that makes this all possible. So I'll begin with Anna Broom.
Hi, I'm Anna Broom. I'm one of the legislative analysts for this committee, and I work for the Nonpartisan Office of Policy and Legal Analysis.
And our committee clerk.
Hi, I'm Karen Thomas. I'm the committee clerk for the Health and Human Services Committee. And if you have need any assistance today, please email me at hhs@legislature.maine.gov.
And that email was used and tested a number of times yesterday, and we know that it works. So Representative Zager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. I'm Stan Zager, honored to represent District 41 in Portland.
Representative Lemlin.
Good morning. My name is Michael Lemlin. I represent District 88, Chelsea, Jefferson, Whitefield, and half of Nobleboro.
And Representative Stover.
Good morning. My name is Holly Stover. I represent House District 89, including the towns of Boothbay, Boothbay Harbor, Southport, Edgecombe, Westport Island, and part of South Bristol.
Senator Baldacci would normally introduce himself at this point, except that he's in state and local government chairing that meeting. So Representative Perry.
Good morning. I'm Representative Ann Perry. I represent House District 140, which includes the communities of Indian Township, Baileyville, Barron, Calais, Charlotte, Robinson, Perry, Pembroke, and Pleasant Point.
Representative Javner.
Good morning. I'm Representative Kathy Javner. I represent House District 141, which is located in Penobscot and Washington County.
And normally at this point, Representative Connor would introduce himself. I think he's busy in Health and HCIFS Committee today. Representative Craven?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. I'm Margaret Craven, and I represent House District 59, which is part of Lewiston.
And Representative Madigan was not able to join us today. Representative Griffin?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Abigail Griffin. I represent House District 102, which is Glenburn, Levant, and Pedusky.
Senator Moore?
Good morning. I'm Marianne Moore, and I represent Senate District 6, which is all of Washington County, as well as Goldsboro, Winter Harbor, and Sullivan in Hancock County as well.
Representative Meyer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am Representative Michelle Meyer, serving Southern Maine's House District 2, which is all of Elliott, where I live, and parts of Kittery and South Berwick, and I'm the House Chair.
I'm Ned Claxton, and I represent Senate District 20, which includes Auburn, Minot, Mechanic Falls, Poland, and New Gloucester. So again, welcome everybody. I'm looking at the attendee list and looking for somebody to introduce LD 1771. Yes, Representative Zager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd be glad to do that.
Very good.
So Senator Claxton and Representative Meyer and fellow distinguished and honorable colleagues of HHS, thank you very much for this opportunity to present LD 1771, which is a resolve to establish an advisory panel to study the implications of genome editing technology for the citizens of the state. The only differences between this version, LD 1771, and last year's version, 1601, is that the funding source would now be from a foundation as opposed to state funds. Also, the dates have been advanced to account for the year that has passed. Why is this proposal important? According to the former chair of the Christian Medical Fellowship, who teaches medical law and emerging technologies at St. Mary's University, gene editing is arguably the most significant medical advance in the millennium, and it is certainly here to stay. With this in mind, it's crucial that we take the time and care to think this through. And I've proposed in this resolve an advisory panel that would welcome a diverse set of perspectives. Indeed, we are in the midst of a technological advance for the ages. CRISPR-Cas9 is a molecular tool that enables someone to edit genetic material like we use word processors. It's being used every day in Maine and around the world, and it's one of the biggest innovations, right up there with the development of farming and the invention of computers. Just over a year ago, American Dr. Jennifer Doudna and her French colleague, Dr. Emmanuel Charpentier, received the Nobel Prize for this. I'm not saying that it's up to Maine to figure this out for humanity. This resolve simply tries to frame the issue and point out that Maine has an opportunity to be a leader. We can begin to have a broad public discussion on that the scientific community is asking non-scientists to join. And this resolve, furthermore, would ensure bipartisan participation as well as voices from the faith community. I believe it is important to ensure the faith community is very much a part of these discussions. For instance, I learned since we last discussed this in our committee that the Vatican's updated directory for catechesis specified that correcting genetic abnormalities is lawful in its view. Within relatively easy reach is the eradication of deadly and cruel single gene diseases like cystic fibrosis, sickle cell anemia, and hemophilia, as well as some neurologic conditions. It also holds promise for addressing multifactorial diseases such as cancer, heart disease, and infectious disease. A lot of this work is actually occurring in Maine. What are we going to do when bacteria and viruses develop resistance to our current arsenal of antibiotics and antivirals? CRISPR could be life-saving in many ways. The preamble of LD 1771 is identical to that of LD 1601 and elaborates on many other implications outside of health, such as regarding the environment, our economic viability, our security, to name a few. We must be cautious about new technology. Any tool has potential upsides and downsides, and there are also significant ethical considerations regarding gene editing. Let us remember that humanity has stumbled occasionally when deciding what traits and who with those traits are supposedly worthy. Eugenics, for instance, has been one of humanity's ugliest missteps. Let me be perfectly clear. This proposal does not advance or advocate for any policy regarding this technology. Rather, LD 1771 proposes to have a balanced public discussion. And with it, the legislature would convene a temporary panel for a little more than 1 year. The panel would study the implications of gene editing technology and the steps that the state should take to get the most out of this tremendous potential and avoid the hazards. I also submit that our state cannot afford not to have a plan here. There's a lot of human suffering caused by disease that we can help alleviate here in Maine. We have amazing innovators here, but we've deeply underinvested in science and tech. That's not simply my opinion. The Millikan Institute, for instance, every 2 years publishes rankings on science and tech investment in all the states in this country and gives an objective grade for the state's capacity to achieve prosperity through scientific discovery and tech innovation. I'm sorry to share that we're doing very poorly. We're ranked 43rd in 2020, a fall of 5 spots in 2018. And just in the last week or so, I'm sure we all received the Maine Economic Growth Council report, the measures of growth in 2021, which corroborates that we've not improved at all. We're still 43rd in the country. The National Science Foundation also has found that Maine's increase over the last 16 years in research and development increased by less than 9%. Compared to an average in the country of 38%. We may never be the research powerhouses that places like Massachusetts and California are, but North Dakota increased by 153% and Wyoming increased by 243%. So there's significant opportunity for Maine to advance. If we don't jump deeper into this economy soon, we will be selling our future sort, and our constituents and neighbors would be justified in asking us why we didn't do more while we had a chance. Genomic science presents a fantastic opportunity. We can be at the forefront of blending scientific inquiry and bioethics, benefiting our state and humanity at large. We can chart a course to educate generations of Mainers in math, science, and engineering. We can attract talented and motivated innovators and entrepreneurs. We can attract public and private capital to Maine institutions like the University of Maine System, the Rue Institute, Jackson Labs, MDI Biolab, Bigelow Labs, and other institutions. The scientific community literally is asking for conversations in jurisdictions outside of itself. And we, here in Maine, can nurture a thoughtful conversation about how we can do the most for Maine and the people who live here and will live here. We can be proactive. I was looking at some of the testimony that was submitted as of this morning. I noted that the Maine Council of Churches submitted testimony in support of this legislation. I'm not sure if they will testify or be able to. There was also, I saw testimony from Reverend Alyssa Lodvik, who unfortunately indicated she could not testify in person. So I'll just conclude with an excerpt of her words. Reverend Lodwick says, "I do not believe that faith, religion, medicine, and science stand in opposition to one another. It is important for the state of Maine to establish and support an advisory panel that will investigate, study, and discuss the ethical, moral, medical, and scientific repercussions of gene editing technologies in efforts to ensure that such technologies are developed and used in ways that benefit humanity's well-being and wholeness." Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
First glitch. Thank you, Representative Zager, for presenting that bill. Are there any questions of Representative Zager from the committee? Representative Griffin.
Thank you. I just have some questions about your panel. One of is the number 4, where you have a person under 30 years of age. And then also number 6, where you have a member of the fiction author or poet. And then also, I think it's number 8 and number 9. I can understand picking somebody from ethics or the clinical medicine or public health or bioscience, but I'm not real sure I understand why environmental protection, forestry, or agriculture would be a subject that you would choose. So I'm just wondering why those people would be on the panel.
I very much appreciate the question, Representative Griffin. The intent of the criteria for folks in the panel, and also the sort of things that the panel would be charged with getting input from, is intended to be broad and diverse. There are many different ways of knowing. For some people, scientific inquiry is crucial. For others, it's a matter of faith, and for others, it's what they read and what they learn from their community. And so it's an attempt to make sure that all different kinds of perspectives are heard.
Any other questions from the committee for Representative Zager about this bill? I'm not seeing any. So then we'll proceed to testimony in support of the bill, alphabetically by first name, beginning with Benjamin King. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Senator Claxton, Representative Mayer, and other honorable members of the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Benjamin King, and I'm an assistant professor of bioinformatics at the University of Maine. I'm testifying on behalf of the University of Maine in support of LD 1771. We should all take pride that Maine is a national leader in biomedical research. For example, UMaine recently created the Institute of Medicine. As part of the Institute, I lead a genetic study of chronic kidney disease in collaboration with Northern Light Eastern Maine Medical Center. The university is also part of the Maine INBRI program that seeks to increase Maine's biomedical research capacity and is led by MDI Biological Laboratory, where I'm actually here today teaching a course to 12 of our students at their fantastic educational facilities here. Over the past decade, over $68 million in funding from the National Institutes of Health have been awarded to its network of 14 Maine institutions. Maine is also a national leader in bioinformatics. These methods are required to analyze and interpret increasingly large biological data sets, such as whole genome shotgun sequencing data that we're generating through our kidney study. Through Maine INBRI, we've also trained hundreds of researchers from Maine, including many students, both in Maine and beyond. Numerous bioinformatics resources on the biology of, say, the laboratory mouse developed at the Jackson Laboratory are used by researchers across the globe. There is also impressive expertise within the state in using genome editing technologies that accelerate the development of animal models of human disease. For example, my research laboratory uses zebrafish, a fish model, to study how the immune system responds to influenza A virus infection. And we follow protocols that have been approved by our institutional animal care and use committee. Both the zebrafish and the virus have been genetically engineered to express fluorescent proteins that allow us to visualize this response in real time. Biomedical researchers like me rely on these animal models to study disease mechanisms. Without the knowledge gained by these studies, we'd not be able to develop new diagnostic tools or therapies. The ethical, legal, and social implications of genome editing are complex and interdisciplinary. Strategic public and private investments in biomedical research and education, including in ethical, legal, and social implications, would further reinforce Maine's leadership role in genetics and biomedical research. So I would certainly, the University of Maine is Maine's public research university. does welcome the opportunity to both serve on this panel and to provide additional technical expertise as necessary to inform its work. So thank you for your consideration, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. King. Are there any questions? I'm not seeing any, and I want to apologize to Representative Hymanson. I didn't see that you had gotten in the time that I had focused on next step. So we usually would go to our legislative colleagues because they often need to be two places at once. So Representative Hymanson, would you care to join us and offer your testimony?
Thank you. Thank you for the, the introduction, and no offense taken. We're all rusty, and I appreciate being here. If I had pretend I had the best brownie in the universe and I was giving it to each one of you as an ex-committee member, I feel like that's my duty and I want to honor it. So let's all pretend.
We do accept IOUs.
Yes, yes, absolutely. So Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and the hardworking members of the Health and Human Services Committee, I'm Patty Hymanson, representing House District 4, parts of York, Wells, Sanford, all of Ogunquit, here speaking in support of LD 1771. This bill establishes an advisory panel to capitalize on the potential and avoid the hazards of genome editing technology. In my time as a neurologist, I have met, diagnosed, and/or followed a number of people with diseases I could treat but not cure. We are a ways from using gene editing as a safe technique to cure these diseases, but gene editing research offers a pathway we did not have before. And I want to give you an example. I met a woman in her 50s who was admitted to a psychiatric unit when I was on call for emergencies. She had been transferred from a northern Maine hospital because her behavior was out of control, with irritability, hallucinations, and anxiety that had been building for months. When I saw her, she had trouble sitting still, was fidgety, unsteady on her feet, and she would fling her arm from time to time, a movement her friend had seen before. She had an incomplete family history, not knowing her father or his family. Her brain scan showed atrophy of deep structures called the caudate nuclei and putamen. Eventually, her genetic testing showed the typical trinucleotide repeats in her putamen, in her DNA, confirming the diagnosis of Huntington's disease. The symptoms could be controlled somewhat with medications. She was discharged to a nursing home and I lost track of her. The disease is progressive over several years with increasingly uncontrollable movements, dementia and depression, finally bedridden existence and death from infection or failure to eat or drink. The promise of CRISPR is that the single gene that is not right could be fixed so that the disease does not occur. This would happen by testing the genes of people at risk, identified because their parents or family members had Huntington's disease. If the gene was found, blood would be drawn and programmed CRISPR gene editing would edit the mutated gene. Then the blood would be transfused back to the person. There would be enough edited genes that the disease would not express itself. Thus, the person is cured of Huntington's disease. Sickle cell disease, Duchenne muscular dystrophy, cystic fibrosis, Leber congenital blindness, the AIDS virus are all the focus of CRISPR research. There are many other possibilities, including cancer. The research is happening whether Maine gets involved or not. Gene editing will happen whether Maine gets involved or not. Organizing Maine's response to the promise and the problems should start now. Biochemist Dr. Jennifer Doudna was awarded the 2020 Nobel Prize in Chemistry for her pioneering work on CRISPR gene editing. Just last week on 122, it was in my car and I turned it on and there this was. I heard her on TED Talk Radio on Maine Public. She said that because gene editing treats a disease at its source and paves the way for future applications, it is, quote, highly motivating, end quote, to continue this work. But she was strong that a culture must be created with strong core values because the moral issues get, quote, complicated fast, end quote. This resolve is important and timely to create an advisory panel to capitalize on the potential and avoid the hazards of genome editing technology here in Maine. I applaud Representative Zager for his foresight and advocacy, and I hope the committee can support this resolve. Thank you very much for your attention. I'm happy to answer questions as I'm able to.
Thank you, Representative Hymanson. Are there any questions? I don't see any, so you can get back to being where you were supposed to be at the same time.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. So now we'll resume in order and welcome Charles Ray. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and members of the Committee on Health and Human Services. My name is Charles Ray. I'm the Vice President of Education at the Jackson Laboratory. I'm joining today's hearing to speak in support of LD 1771, an important resolve that will study the implications of genome editing here in Maine. Jackson Laboratory, as you know, is an international biomedical research institution headquartered in Bar Harbor with Maine-based facilities at Maine General in Augusta and at the Charles E. Hewitt Center in Ellsworth. The mission of the laboratory is to discover precise genomic solutions for disease and empower the global biomedical community in the shared quest to improve human health. It is within our mission to undertake both research and education, and it is our practice to educate future scientists in the responsible and ethical conduct of research. It is for this reason that we support LD 1771, a well-formed, nonpartisan, and proactive advisory panel of scientists and non-scientists would help increase public understanding and confidence, which should lead to an increased level of support for cutting-edge genomic research in Maine. Genome editing technology is used extensively at JAX. Over 130 National Institutes of Health funded research programs here include these methods, including CRISPR, and they enhance our understanding of human disease. JAX scientists have published over 70 articles in the last 5 years describing their use of CRISPR to study the genetics of infertility, ALS, and cancer. JAX scientists use CRISPR to speed the development of mouse models for rare genetic diseases, which disproportionately affect children. In biomedical research, genome editing is a critical tool used in our mission to improve human health. At the same time, as knowledge and use of genome editing expands, questions are rightly being asked about the ethical applications of this technology. Through its education programs, JAX addresses these ethical questions head on. I'm particularly proud of a program we established 8 years ago called Teaching the Genome Generation. Through this program, teachers are provided laboratory kits and lessons to teach genomics in their high schools. In addition to hands-on labs, students engage in lessons on the impacts of genomics to society. These lessons, developed by the Personal Genetics Education Program at Harvard Medical School, are disseminated by JAX and help increase conversation about the benefits and ethical, legal, and social implications of personal genetics, including genome editing. Through teaching,
Dr. Ray.
excuse me?
30 seconds.
Thank you. Through the program, we've worked with over 80 teachers from Maine and 74 high schools. These teachers have engaged more than 7,600 students in genomic lessons. Genomics education through this program will continue to engage students and teachers in these ethical discussions, as we were recently awarded 5 more years of NIH funding. I will close by saying that as scientists who use genome editing to advance our knowledge of human health, and as participants in the discussion around the ethical application of these technologies, we agree that it's important to engage in thoughtful conversation about genomic engineering at all levels, including within state government. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ray. Are there any questions? Dr. Ray, no, I don't see any. So thank you for taking the time to be here and offering that testimony.
My pleasure.
Next, we'll go to Kate Schneider. Welcome. You're still on mute, Ms. Snyder.
Being on the other side, I'm usually, thank you for the reminder. And thank you for allowing me to be here. Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services. I'm Kate Snyder, Mayor of the City of Portland. On behalf of the Portland City Council's Legislative Committee, I speak to you in support of LD 1771, resolved to establish the advisory panel to better understand and make recommendations regarding the implications of genome editing technology for the citizens of the state. The ethical, legal, and social implications of genome editing are complex and interdisciplinary. The advisory panel proposed by LD 1771 would better position the state to avoid the hazards of genome editing technology and capitalize on the potential of the technology of the future. The advisory panel established by this resolve could be the first step in a statewide dialogue to help chart a course to educate generations of Mainers in math, science, and engineering, to attract public and private capital to Maine institutions like the University of Maine System and the Rue Institute, to name just two, and to position the state as a leader in innovation and ethical implementation, reaping benefits for Maine citizens through the use of these technologies. Thank you for your time and consideration. I appreciate the opportunity to offer testimony in support, and I'm happy to answer any questions that I can.
Thank you for that. Are there any questions? I'm not seeing any, so thank you again for being here and offering that testimony.
Thank you.
So at this point, I think we've heard from everybody who wanted to testify in support. I don't see anybody enrolled who wanted to testify against, but I'm going to check in with the clerk and Karen and make sure there's nobody else who wants to testify related to LD 1771. If there is somebody in the waiting room who wants to testify, please put up your hand and we'll bring you in and give you your opportunity.
I am seeing no one on the list, and I am seeing no hands in the attendees list.
Nor am I. So that will conclude the public hearing portion of this particular bill. And are there things that we would like of our analysts in anticipation of a work session down the road? Are there questions that Anna Brum can help us get answers to? I'm not seeing anybody with questions. So if that's the case, and we have to, why don't we take a 5-minute break while Representative Javner.
Thank you, Senator Claxton. I apologize. I would very much like to have some data on the hazards that Representative Zager alluded to. Also, is it possible to ask if Benjamin King and Charles Ray could be available for our work session if we have further questions? Or is that not possible?
I think that depends on their schedules and availability, but there's certainly no reason not to include them or invite them to a work session.
Perfect. I would greatly appreciate that.
Very good. Any other, since I missed Representative Jager's hand yesterday, thank you, Representative Lemelin. I want to be careful about not missing any questions that come up today. So I'm not seeing any. So let's take about 5 minutes while I let Senator Carney know that we're ready for her when she's available. She's running another committee and wanted a heads up. So why don't we take a break until 10:40 and then reconvene. We've heard from Senator Carney, and she's on her, there she is. Welcome, Senator Carney.
Thank you. Good morning. It's so nice to see you all.
If you don't need to take a breath, you can just go ahead and proceed with offering your testimony.
Thank you.
Introducing Bill 1781.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and esteemed members of the Health and Human Services Committee. I'm Senator Ann Carney, representing Senate District 29, which includes South Portland, Cape Elizabeth, and part of Scarborough. Today, I'm pleased to introduce LD 1781, an act to align postpartum main care coverage with federal law. In the first regular session of the 130th legislature, the legislature passed and enacted LD 265, an act to provide women access to affordable postpartum care. That new law extends postpartum coverage under main care from 8 weeks to 12 months, but it does so over an extended period of time. As a reminder, this coverage is supported by increased federal funding that becomes available in April of this year. The phased-in implementation was intended to reduce general fund expenditures, but it inadvertently created problems with implementing the new coverage. This legislation resolves those problems, and it also fully implements the 12-month postpartum coverage much sooner and without any additional appropriations. I will defer to Anthony Pelotti, and I apologize, Anthony, if I'm getting your last name wrong, a director of the Office of Family Independence for the Department of Health and Human Services, to explain the details of the necessary changes. I'm grateful to the department for identifying and proposing the simple and effective resolution to the problems. And I also want to thank this committee for your work to improve postpartum main care coverage. This legislation will ensure that new parents in Maine get the postpartum care they need during a medically vulnerable time in their lives so that they can better care for themselves and for their newborn infants. Thank you so much for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Are there any questions for the senator? I don't see any, so thank you for breaking away from your other committee assignment to present this bill, Senator Carney.
Thank you all very much.
Have a good rest of the day.
You too.
So now we're up to hear from Anthony Pilat. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Good morning. Senator Ned Claxton, Representative Michelle Meyer, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services. I'm Anthony Pilat, and I serve as Director of the Office for Family Independence in the Department of Health and Human Services. I'm here today to speak in support of LD 1781, an act to align postpartum main care coverage with federal law. The department submitted this bill in partnership with Senator Ann Carney to ensure implementation of the intent of PL 2021, Chapter 461. We are grateful for Senator Carney's partnership as we ensure this expansion of coverage is available to Maine parents. LD 1781 seeks to align the extension of postpartum main care coverage from 60 days to 12 months with the requirements under federal law and ensure the main care federal poverty limit eligibility threshold for pregnant individuals is maintained at the current level rather than reduced. PL 2021, Chapter 461 requires the department to submit a state plan amendment to the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services to extend postpartum main care coverage from 6 months to 12 months on a graduated schedule between January 1st, 2022 and July 1st, 2023. Unfortunately, this is not possible within federal requirements and unintentionally created significant duplicative work that would have slowed down the implementation. In the interim, DHHS met with Senator Carney to discuss these challenges, and we are happy to provide this proposal to address these challenges. The recently enacted American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 which provides a full year of postpartum care for those receiving main care benefits during pregnancy, becomes effective on April 1st, 2022. States cannot extend postpartum coverage via a state plan amendment prior to April 1st, 2022, nor is there an option to extend coverage for anything less than 12 months. This prohibited the department from submitting the SPA outlined in PL 2021, Chapter 461. The statutory change was also inadvertently reduced the eligibility from 209% to 200% of FPL. Maine was required to increase the FPL for pregnant persons to 209% with the enactment of the Affordable Care Act. CMS approved this state plan amendment in 2014, but 22 MRSA subsection 3174G was never amended to reflect this federally required change. Reducing the FPL now would result in a loss of an enhanced funding Maine received during the public health emergency under Section 6008B of the Families First Coronavirus Response Act. We recognize this was not the intent of the bill, now law, and appreciate the opportunity to amend this. The department's bill also proposes an August 1st, 2022 start date for the full 12 months of postpartum coverage. This accelerates the realization of the full 12 months of coverage from what was set forth in PL 2021, Chapter 461. There will be no fiscal note to this bill as the start date has been calculated to meet the appropriation provided in Chapter 461. In short, this change will make it possible for the department to submit a state plan amendment and implement rule changes in an efficient and more expedient way without changes to appropriated funds. Thank you for your time and attention. I would be happy to answer any questions you may have and to make myself available for questions at the work session.
Thank you for that offer. Are there any questions to go to Mr. Pilat? Mine is that this addresses all of the inconsistencies with federal regs that would allow you to save yourself a lot of time and energy and also keep the matching funds in place.
Correct.
Okay. Are there other questions? Not seeing any, we'll thank you for your testimony and move on to Heather Drake. If you'd like to unmute yourself and join us, offer your testimony.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services. My name is Heather Drake, and I am here to read testimony on behalf of Rebecca Bolas, the Executive Director of the Maine Public Health Association. I am a resident of Cape Elizabeth and the Membership and Engagement Director with MPHA. I am here today in support of LD 1781, an act to align postpartum Maine care coverage with federal law. MPHA is the state's oldest, largest, and most diverse association for public health professionals. We represent more than 550 individuals and 50 organizations across the state. The mission of MPHA is to improve and sustain the health and well-being of all people in Maine through health promotion, disease prevention, and the advancement of health equity. We are not tied to a national agenda, which means we are responsive to the needs of Maine's communities, and we take that responsibility seriously. Last year, Maine passed legislation LD 265 that extends postpartum coverage for women eligible under Maine care from 60 days to 12 months. Data show that the year after childbirth is a critical time for mothers and infants to receive care, and there is a growing understanding of the importance of ongoing postpartum care beyond the 6-week postpartum period. This was important legislation, and MPHA strongly supported it. While that legislation reduced the financial barrier of accessing healthcare and ensures both mothers and their newborns continue coverage during the high-risk period after giving birth, it does so using a multi-year phased-in approach and only until December 31st of 2026. LD 1781 aligns Maine's postpartum provisions under Maine care with federal law, ensuring that there is necessary coverage happens sooner and lasts longer. The American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 gives states a new option to extend Medicaid postpartum coverage from 60 days to 12 months. This new option can take effect starting April 1st and is available to states for 5 years. The sooner that mothers receive these coverage benefits, the better for both their health and of their newborns. In Maine, the maternal mortality rate is 17.4 per 100,000 live births, and 11% of Maine mothers experience postpartum depression, which impacts their well-being and has been shown to affect infants' emotional and cognitive development in the year after birth. In addition to these public health benefits, alignment with federal law has the potential for administrative efficiencies by avoiding delays in implementation and providing for a more efficient and cost-effective rollout. Maine made great strides last year to improve healthcare access and health outcomes for Maine mothers and newborns. The passage of LD 1781 will continue to improve maternal and child health in Maine. Maine Public Health Association respectfully requests you to vote yes on LD 1781 as it ought to pass. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for presenting that testimony. Are there any questions of Heather Drake? I don't see any, so thank you again. Next, we'll go to Kathy Kilrain DeRail.
Hello, good morning, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, members of the committee. My name is Kathy Kilrain Del Rio, and I'm the Advocacy and Programs Director for Maine Equal Justice, a nonprofit legal aid provider working to increase economic security, opportunity, and equity for people in Maine. And today I'm testifying in support of LD 1781, and it's just nice to see all your faces again. I first want to thank this committee for supporting expanded postpartum care for Maine Care members last year. As you know, postpartum care saves lives, improves health outcomes for infants, and is vital for the well-being of those who have given birth. This bill ensures that our state law aligns with federal law and simplifies the implementation. We are supportive of these changes. Because you have much testimony available to you on LD 265 about the positive health impacts of postpartum care for parents who have given birth to infants, I haven't included those facts in my testimony today. This morning, I wanted to take my time to urge you to align this coverage with newly expanded coverage for pregnant Mainers, regardless of their immigration status. Last year, with bipartisan support in both the Appropriations Committee and from the full legislature, Maine took an option in CHIP to cover all pregnant people, regardless of their immigration status. That coverage was included in LD 221, the supplemental budget. LD 1781 could be amended to cover those same individuals for 12 months of postpartum care. This change would require state funds. However, those costs are likely to be small given the small number of additional individuals who would receive this extended postpartum coverage. In addition to the importance that change would make for all Mainers who have recently given birth, I want to remind you that regardless of the parent's immigration status, their infants are Mainers and have Maine Care coverage. Aside from the obvious benefits of ensuring the health of a parent during their first year of life, we know that when parents have healthcare coverage, children are more likely to be brought to their wellness visits. Regular medical care increases rates of breastfeeding and can help identify potential health or developmental concerns for infants. And those all have costs to us as a state if we ignore them. Finally, we also would ask you and the department to keep in mind that women are not the only people who need postpartum care. Transgender men, non-binary people, and those who identify in ways other than as a woman who have given birth need access to this needed coverage and care. Language used in statute, rulemaking, and any communications about this type of care should be gender neutral. As you determined last year and medical experts have made clear, 12 months of postpartum care is a necessary change. We should be doing all we can for all Mainers, regardless of their immigration status, to end preventable maternal and infant deaths, and all we can to ensure that people have adequate care to meet their physical and mental health needs during the year following pregnancy, so that they and their infants can get off to the strongest start possible. For these reasons, we ask you to support LD 1781 and also to amend it to align this coverage with coverage for all low-income pregnant Mainers that will go into effect on July 1st, 2022. I'm happy to answer any questions you have and will be available for the work session when it's scheduled. Thank you.
Are there any questions of this testimony? I'm not seeing any, so thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Now we'll proceed to hear from Sarah Calder when she unmutes.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and members of the committee. I'm Sarah Calder, Director of Government Affairs at Maine Health, and I'm also here to testify in support of LD 1781. As part of our mission of working together so Maine's communities are the healthiest in America, we strongly support increasing access to affordable health care. And with that said, we're grateful to Senator Carney, this committee, and then the full legislature for their support last session for extending Maine Care coverage for pregnant women up to 12 months postpartum. And we support the department's efforts to align the recently passed law with federal law. I shared this last session and we'll share it again, but according to the most recent Maine Maternal, Fetal, and Infant Mortality Review Panel annual report, in 2018 and 2019, of the pregnancy-associated deaths among minors, 77% occurred between 43 days and 365 days after the end of pregnancy. So in most cases, that would be when access to main care coverage has ended. Gaps in health insurance coverage during the fourth trimester through the first year can contribute to rising maternal morbidity and mortality rates. And so comprehensive care and continuous coverage up to 12 months postpartum are essential. And it's our hope that the legislation passed last session will prevent many of Maine's pregnancy-associated deaths. And with that, thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Are there any questions of Sarah Calder? I don't see any. So if there's nobody else to testify, which it doesn't look to be in the attendee list, then that'll conclude the public hearing portion of our consideration of LD 1781. At this point, that takes care of our morning's work. Is there any enthusiasm for going to a work session now? We want to think about it over lunch and consider it later on. I'll entertain ideas related to these two bills. So in the absence of anybody being excited about that, and in order to give us back some of our time, why don't we now break until 1 o'clock when we'll resume our hearing. And hear the two bills then, 1747 and 1767. I will remind everybody that this link stays live. So you should be turning off your mic and your video until we reconvene at 1. Everybody okay with that? Very good. All right. See everybody at 1.
So Karen, do we get brownie points for being on time?
In my book, you definitely do.
They must be having a caucus or something because they're all off. They were on the call, but now they've stepped off. So they may.
Oh, they were? Oh, okay.
Yeah, because Representative Craven, her audio wasn't muted when she came back on.
Oh.
Hello. Greetings.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. So technically, this is still a continuation of our previous committee hearing. So we don't need to worry about introductions or quorum, although we've hit the quorum threshold. So anything, so committee room AV, who's committee room AV?
That's me.
Oh,
Twice.
okay.
Yep,
Okay.
for the audio.
You can stay. All right.
Thank you.
So I forgot to ask last time when we finished up 1781 in our conclusion after the public hearing, whether the committee had any questions of staff before we moved on to recess. So I missed that and want to make sure that if there are any questions, that we pass them along now. Okay, so the stream is still going. So based on that, we can proceed to public hearing on LD 1747, an act to require screening for cytomegalovirus in certain newborn infants. Is our presenter available?
That would be Senator Breen.
Okay. I'm trying to move screens around so I can see
Coming
who's
in
where.
now.
There is Senator Breen. Let's move her in. Thank you. And you can move the next several people who are testifying in support of the bill. Ms. Thomas, welcome, Senator Breen.
Thank
Good
you.
afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me.
Please feel free to introduce us to LD 1747.
Okie doke. Just gonna bring it up on my screen here. Okay. Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services. My name is Kathy Breen. I represent Maine Senate District 25, which includes the communities of Chebeague Island, Cumberland, Falmouth, Gray, Long Island, Yarmouth, and about half of the city of Westbrook. And I'm here today to introduce LD 1747, an act to require screening for cytomegalovirus in certain newborn infants. LD 1747 would require the state of Maine to test every infant born in Maine for cytomegalovirus, or CMV, if these newborns fail 2 hearing tests. It also requires the state to provide information to pregnant people on the risks of CMV and how best to avoid contracting it during pregnancy. These are 2 recommendations of the Maine Center for Disease Control and Prevention's 2017 report to this committee on CMV, and that report is attached to my testimony. According to the US CDC, CMV is a common virus that affects people of all ages. Over half of adults have been infected with CMV by age 40. Most people infected with CMV show no signs or symptoms. 1 out of every 200 babies is born with CMV, and about 1 in 5 of those 200 will have long-term health problems. These problems include severe hearing loss and potential deafness, developmental delays, vision loss, and seizures. In the 128th legislature, I introduced LD 87, a bill that would have mandated screening every newborn in Maine for CMV. The bill failed, but it did spur the legislature to convene a working group that produced the CDC report referenced above. You'll hear from several members of that working group today, as well as additional doctors, parents, an educator, and more, all of whom have more expertise and experience with CMV than I have, for sure. Laura Sweet, my constituent, has been essential in educating me on CMV. She supported the bill back in the 128th, and she served as a parent representative on the working group. When she approached me in late 2019, early 2020 about introducing a bill to implement the group's recommendations, I told her then that the CDC was swamped with the pandemic and I wanted to wait. Since then, as you may recall, our last biennial budget added 28 new staff positions at the Maine CDC. Now, obviously, my hope that COVID would be behind us by now was wishful thinking, but I don't want to delay this critical work any longer. With substantially increased capacity at Maine CDC, it's time now to implement the most important recommendations of the 2017 CMV Working Group. 13 other states have passed laws addressing CMV. 5 require each newborn that fails the newborn hearing screening to be tested for congenital CMV, as LD 1747 does. This bill also mandates a CMV test if the newborn displays other factors that indicate a strong possibility of CMV. And critically, it directs the Department of Health and Human Services to educate pregnant people on the risks of CMV, to let expecting parents know what to look for, and to increase basic and attainable prevention efforts statewide. The goal is to decrease the number of Maine children who are living with the significant health impacts of being exposed to CMV in utero. Like all effective public health measures, strategic investments will result in fewer serious health problems in our target population. Many of the folks who will testify today will share their experiences in raising a child who lives with the effects of CMV. Their stories are deeply compelling. In addition, you will hear from physicians who work with young children and with pregnant people. I hope you'll support this small but mighty community in taking concrete steps to make sure CMV affects fewer Maine families. It's been my sincere honor to work with them over these past 5 years. I thank you, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you for bringing that forward, Senator Breen. Appreciate it. Are there any questions of the senator? I'm not seeing any, so we can hear from some other folks. Before we get to that, though, I will remind people, those of you who are attendees, we do know you're out there, and we're bringing people into the room basically based on alphabet. So don't despair, alphabet by first name. So you'll get there, even if you have to go through the black hole that looks like you've been lost, you're still headed towards the committee. So with that in mind, we can go to Amanda Devereaux for her testimony, if you would.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
We can.
Thank you so much for allowing me to testify today. I work for the National CMV Foundation as the program director, and I also have a child with congenital CMV who looked perfect at birth and would have been missed based on a newborn exam. So we just want to testify congenital CMV is an important public health crisis. It is a leading cause of childhood disability. Approximately 20,000 infants will be born with CMV each year in the United States, and 4,000 of these infants will have a disability or permanent health condition. About 400 infants will die. More children will be disabled due to CMV than Zika, toxoplasmosis, fetal alcohol syndrome, and spina bifida. 91% of women have never heard of CMV, despite research indicating that pregnant women want to be informed about it. An educational program in the state of Maine is an important step in increasing CMV awareness and preventing the complications that can happen. For infants born with the virus, early intervention, monitoring, and antiviral treatment, when appropriate, can help them have the best possible outcomes. Screening needs to be done within the first 3 weeks of life. After this point, it can be difficult, if not impossible, to make a CMV diagnosis, and opportunities for early intervention can be gone. Children with CMV are at risk for hearing loss, developmental delays, and other health conditions. Research has indicated that families are supportive of screening newborns for CMV. Several states have implemented a targeted screening approach, testing infants for CMV if they display certain risk factors at birth. While this approach does not allow for a diagnosis of every baby, it has been touted as a step towards universal screening. The approach allows for protocols to be initiated, laboratory testing to be established, and education to be provided. Although this is not the gold standard of universal newborn screening, it is a significant improvement from current practice, in which less than 5% of infants with congenital CMV are being identified. Respectfully, in response to the letter from the Maine Department of Health and CDC today, the National CMV Foundation would like to clarify that we support all efforts to increase CMV awareness and CMV newborn screening, and we believe the time is now to implement these efforts. We endorse following the recommendations of the International Congenital CMV Recommendations Group, published in The Lancet, which established guidelines for screening and treatment. We are happy to provide further information from our President-elect, Dr. Megan Pesh, as needed. National CMV enthusiastically supports LD 1747, which would require CMV education and targeted screening in Maine, as was recommended in the Maine CDC CMV Workgroup 2017 report.
30 seconds, Amanda.
That's okay. That was it. Thank you very much for letting us testify today.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? I'm not seeing anybody, so proceeding by alpha, we'll go to Danielle Message. If you want to unmute and offer your testimony, Danielle, that'd be great.
Hello, I support this bill and future work on legislation for universal screening for CMV, congenital CMV for all newborn babies, not just in Maine, but nationwide. And I'm happy to share more information about my testimony offline. 3 minutes is just such a tiny snapshot here, but my name is Danielle Message, and I'm a single working mother of 2 who lives in South Portland, Maine. And I'm here today to support this bill because congenital CMV has impacted my life in a very significant way. Nobody educated me about CMV during my pregnancy. I didn't know the risks and how serious the risks are and the preventative measures that could be taken to avoid contracting it. And I did contract it and pass it to my unborn child during the first trimester of pregnancy. She's now 6 years old. The virus attacked the development of her brain and her auditory system. Leona, my daughter, was tested at birth for CMV. She had warning signs. I had preeclampsia, and an ultrasound revealed some enlarged ventricles in her brain, and that led to the testing for CMV at birth. Because Leona received her diagnosis at birth, we were given the option to administer a 6-month antiviral medication. Studies show that this medication, valganciclovir, can reduce the severity of hearing loss in newborns and aid in brain development if it's administered beginning the first month of life. And we gave this medication to Leona. She was born with brain damage impacting the area of the brain that controls speech. And she was also born with moderate to severe hearing loss in her right ear, which progressed to profound deafness by 2 to 3 years of age. She still has most of her hearing in one ear, though. She was diagnosed with severe autism at 2.5 years old, and today she is still unable to speak. Instead, she uses ASL and augmentative alternative communication to communicate. And though she has many challenges, she's very smart. She can count, she can arrange letters of her name in the correct order. She can match similar objects and colors. She can identify shapes, letters, numbers, and many other objects. And staff comment on her ability to communicate with the AAC as quite impressive for a 6-year-old. Because Leona was symptomatic at birth, we were fortunate to receive her diagnosis at birth and treat it, but most children are asymptomatic at birth, and many go on to lose their hearing gradually over the first months and years of their life. CMV can be prevented, and all pregnant mothers have a right to be educated about this virus. Undiagnosed cases of congenital CMV negatively impact brain development and lead to deafness in young children. I encourage everyone here to support this initiative to perform this simple blood test at birth. If we know the diagnosis at birth, we can treat it with medication and early intervention services to lessen the severity of the lifelong impacts that child and their family may face. And in closing, knowledge is power and time is also power. And I urge you to please vote to pass this bill. Thank you.
Senator, you're muted.
I'm in the process of proving we have technical glitches. There are also operator error issues. So I was going to say, Danielle, that you said that there was a lot of information you wanted to share. You can continue to send in information for the committee to review before the work session, just the same way you submitted your letter. If you have something in particular you want to share about Leona and the work and research you've done. Okay.
That's great. Thank you very much.
Okay, sorry I had my mic off there for a while. Are there, I'll ask again, are there any questions of Danielle? I don't see any. So then we can go to Duska Thurston, if you take yourself off mute.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me and having the opportunity to speak. I'm a pediatrician in the Bangor area. I'm also the EDDI chapter champion for the Maine AAP, the Early Hearing Detection program. I'm a pediatric faculty at the Family Medicine Residency Program at EMMC, and I'm also the associate program director there. Some of the reasons that I came to speak is that we've started a congenital CMV screening program at Eastern Maine Medical Center, and I wanted to make people aware of that it is possible to implement that. It's a pilot program at this point. And the reason why we decided to implement that is that parents call congenital CMV the most common thing they've never heard of. And as you've just heard testimony, it affects kids' lives. It's a common public health problem. It can affect their development outcomes. It affects their auditory and communication outcomes. It can affect their visual outcomes, and early intervention is so important. And then just to keep it in perspective, I just pulled up really quickly here that congenital CMV is more common than things that you've heard of, such as HIV, AIDS, Down syndrome, SIDS, fetal alcohol syndrome, spina bifida, group B strep infection, and congenital rubella syndrome, just to keep it in perspective, and something that we've not been looking at. This is a step towards universal screening. What we're doing at Eastern Maine Medical Center right now is that we are screening any newborn who does not pass their hearing screen. We've developed a program that seems to be moving out smoothly. That if they fail their screening, we do send a swab for CMV, and this is followed up by our pediatric infectious disease office. And I believe Dr. Herbert Grant is submitting some written testimony for you as well. And on repeat hearing screen, when they come back, we have a bit of a captive audience the way we set up our program, that these babies come back to Eastern Maine Medical Center for the repeat hearing screen, the one that's within a month of age. And if they refer and do not pass on that, then we send that swab for CMV screening so that we can obtain it in the proper time frame. And as you just heard testimony, there is potential treatment that can improve outcomes. And I think the most, we've only had this program going for 6 months, but the thing that I think I've felt that has helped the most is that it's really raised awareness among our residency staff. People are asking about it more or thinking about other risk factors such as microcephaly and other things. And I think it's really elevated thinking about screening for CMV more than we have. And I think that's also trickling down to other staff as well.
30 seconds, Duska.
We've also tried to include our NICU in that screening process, which is a little bit more challenging because of their special population. But if anyone has any questions, just let me know.
I see a question from Representative Craven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Doctor. My question is really, I suppose I wonder why the mom isn't tested for the virus so that we would have that information ahead of time.
Yeah, so far, I am a pediatrician, so I'm not a family practitioner or a OB provider, but CMV it can also have reactivation that of a previous infection, and can also occur at any time during pregnancy. And then we want to know if there's transmission to the baby.
Thank you. Representative Zager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Thurston, thanks very much for coming in and for raising awareness. In the interest of of reducing suffering, it seems like we should always be looking for ways to evidence-based ways to figure out how to do that. And so this seems like a very worthwhile thing that you're doing at EMMC. I was hoping that for the work session that you might, I don't know if you know these pieces of information, but the work session, could you give an awareness of the number needed to screen to identify a case and the number needed to treat in order to prevent any, pick the outcomes you think are most appropriate to prevent lifelong deafness or to prevent a death. That would be helpful information, and very much appreciate your work on this so far.
Yeah. I don't have an exact number off the top of my head. We see about 1,600 births per year. And of that, we would expect to see 4 to 5 diagnoses of hearing loss per year is what we're seeing in our facility. And of those 4 to 5, I would expect to probably identify 1 to 2 children with CMV, just based on rough figures. But if you would like more exact figures, I could send that into the committee.
And so would the, thank you. So if I understand, that's 1 or 2 cases of deafness in a population of approximately 1,000 births per year.
About 1,600.
And could those 1 or 2 be saved a lifetime of deafness by timely treatment with an antiviral?
Antivirals have been shown to have a positive effect to ameliorate the hearing loss in kids. And then just the fact that we identify them, not only their hearing, but I'd also be able to identify those kids to put them in early intervention a lot sooner. On average, we like to think we're really good at identifying things like hearing loss, but on average, a pediatrician is going to identify hearing loss between ages 2 and 3. And that is a lot of lost time that we could be improving outcomes in that. And also, as far as developmental delays, we start screening kids, at birth for things like hypotonia, but we're looking for 2, 4, 6, 9, and 12-month milestones. And again, if we knew that we had that there was a diagnosis of congenital CMV, we could probably access services a lot sooner, and that has also been shown to have better outcomes. I would also be alerted to look to screen for things like visual problems as well that I might not be alerted to early on. Typically, visual issues are not picked up until kids also between the ages of 2 and 3.
Thank you very much.
Are there other questions? Mine was about the logistics and timing. How shortly after birth does the first hearing screen occur?
Yeah, we obtain a first hearing screen at 24 hours of age. And if the baby does not pass that, we do another one within 6 hours. If the baby does not pass that one, they are still discharged, but we follow up and they're within 1 month of age. And usually we have them in within a couple weeks to have another try at passing that hearing screen. That's considered a screening hearing test. If they do not pass that, then we move on to a diagnostic hearing test to make a diagnosis of hearing loss. How we decided to do it is that it's timing is important for the CMV test. After 4 weeks at the most, but about 3 weeks, after that time period, I'm not sure where the baby, if that was congenital or if that was community acquired. They have a sibling at home who's in daycare. So it is important to try to get that test within the first 3 weeks of life. I didn't want to put a lot of pressure on our system to try to get these babies in. Everyone's lost a follow-up, and whether in Maine you reschedule. So what we decided to do was to obtain a saliva swab and send it to our lab for hold and freeze. And we're able to hold those swabs for 3 to 4 months with no additional charge to the patient. A charge is incurred when that swab is activated and sent. And it's been a while since I looked at the cost to see if that's gone up. At the time, I had estimated it would be about $125 once that swab was activated and a test was run on that.
And that swab that you obtain and then hold in freezer, that's obtained when in that cycle?
Yeah, when the baby has not passed the 2 hearing screens in the newborn nursery.
And hopefully before they leave before they leave the
Try to
hospital.
before they leave the hospital. Otherwise, we would have pressure to get that baby back in within a 3-week time period to make sure if they didn't pass the following hearing screen that we could obtain that. So our system is that once they come back and they get rarely do we not have someone come back to our particular facility to get that hearing screen done. When they come back, and if they do not pass that hearing screen, the tech notifies our infectious disease office, who then activates the swab on the patient and closes the loop with the PCP, should that test be positive, and with the parent. And when we obtain the swab in the hospital, we provide the parent with a handout on what congenital CMV is, an informational sheet, so they're aware of what we're doing.
Okay. And have you worked with any of the community-only midwives in terms of how to capture the kids who are delivered at home?
Yeah. If they come to EMMC for their hearing screens, we would try to obtain that swab. Again, this is a pilot, and it's only been going for about 6 months. I haven't had that come up yet. These are babies that are born in-house at Eastern Maine Medical Center primarily.
Right. Thank you very much for that. I don't see any other questions, but thank you for being here. So now we're going to go to Joel Johnson. If you unmute, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, distinguished members of the committee. I am Joel Johnson. I'm a dad. My family and I live in Hollowell. Our son was born in April 2019. My wife had a normal pregnancy with no complications. And my son passed his newborn hearing screen. But he displayed what we now know are fairly obvious risk factors for congenital CMV. At that time, nobody, not us nor our doctors or nurses, recognized them as such. So because of that, we weren't able to confirm his diagnosis at birth. His diagnosis was finally confirmed when he was 1.5 years old, after we pursued this blood spot testing for CMV. And that was quite an arduous process. We had to get it unearthed from this library in Massachusetts where they keep all the blood spots for kids in New England, and get it sent back to our provider here. And then they sent it out to an out-of-state lab and they were able to test it. And so we finally found out when he was 1.5 years old that he did have congenital CMV. And let's see, so then what happened? So as a result of his congenital CMV, he has a variety of developmental challenges. The CMV caused an injury to his brain when he was in the womb, and it's led to some motor delays for him. He's at high risk for having seizures. He also started losing hearing in his right ear at about 1.5 years old, and he's now profoundly deaf in that ear. Last year, at 2.5 years of age, he received a cochlear implant, which is basically a technical term, if you're not familiar, for a very expensive bionic computer that they put in your head, that a surgeon puts in there. And we're glad that he will now have access to sound in that ear. But, it's a really serious intervention that we had to really weigh the pros and cons of, and it's going to require years of follow-up for him. There's been a lot of other just medical costs associated with his diagnosis. We've been to hundreds of appointments. I think my wife tallied them up for his between 1 and 2 years of age. We went to 300 appointments. We're on a similar pace this year. We think if he had been tested at birth, we could have begun an antiviral drug treatment much earlier than we did. We started it at about 1.5 years of age, but I think if we had done it at birth, it might have helped save some hearing in the ear that he went deaf in, and it might have also helped him come away with fewer developmental challenges. So that's been pretty disappointing to us. We're hopeful here that Maine can follow the lead of some other states, and include across a wide range of political of spectrum. Utah has already done something in this way. But the team here that you've seen present has done all of the work that's necessary to deliver better outcomes, we think, for kind of this group of future parents like us that might be in a similar situation. We think in retrospect, if the 2017 bill had passed, we might have known at birth that our son had congenital CMV, and he might have had a better outcome. So I don't think we should wait another, 3, 4, 5 years before we just kind of take a pretty common sense, minimally costly step of doing this screening for targeted group of infants.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for that testimony. And I can't imagine a year full of 300 appointments, a year or two. That should be acknowledged. Are there any questions of Joel Johnson? I'm not seeing any. So thank you for being here. Thank you for hanging in there, and good luck down the road.
Thank you for the opportunity.
So now we're going to hear from Karen Hopkins. If you'd unmute and join us. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and distinguished members of the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Karen Hopkins, and I am the Executive Director of the Maine Educational Center for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing and the Governor Baxter School for the Deaf. I was also a member of the CMV work group that created the recommendations for the Joint Standing Committee of Health and Human Services, and I am a deaf adult. It is truly an honor to be speaking to you today in full support of LD 1747. The Maine Educational Center for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing holds the responsibility of providing early intervention and education for deaf and hard of hearing children throughout the state of Maine. Over the past 15 years, we have seen a drastic increase in the number of children diagnosed with CMV. Unfortunately, these diagnoses are coming much too late. We have witnessed deaf children with no language, children with multiple medical challenges, and families with major heartache. As an early interventionist, I remember distinctly the day that I sat with a family of a toddler who had just found out their daughter was deaf, in addition to having multiple medical challenges caused by CMV. Not only was this family struggling with the diagnosis of CMV, they were pained by the knowledge that the lifelong challenges their daughter and family were going to face could have been prevented. The mother repeatedly shared, "If only I knew what I knew now." Unfortunately, this situation has become all too common in Maine. What we do know now is that educating OBGYNs, pediatricians, and pregnant women about CMV prevention and providing this targeted screening for CMV to infants can change the lives of children and their families. With diagnosis, early intervention can make a world of difference in language acquisition and overall child and family outcomes. Maine is so fortunate that we have begun this process. The CMV work group has laid the groundwork for what is needed in Maine to address CMV. The recommendations of this work group, comprised of families and Maine specialists, mirror many of the recommendations of the International CMV Work Group. Maine has an opportunity to be at the forefront of preventing and treating CMV in infants and changing the landscape and language opportunities for children. Our next steps is the passage today, or the process of passing LD 1747, and the data is evident, and the family stories you are hearing from your Maine constituents are authentic. We can make a real difference by passing this legislation, and I thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions for Karen Hopkins? I'm not seeing any, so thank you again for being here. Next, we can go to Catherine Duncan. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and members of the committee. My name is Catherine Duncan, and I am an audiologist working at the Maine Educational Center for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing, and I'm also the audiology consultant for the Maine Newborn Hearing Program. I am testifying in support of LD 1747. I work with pediatric audiologists statewide, and I'm a member of the Maine CDC's CMV work group. I know from my professional experience that undiagnosed congenital CMV can have long-term impacts on a child and their family. I think of the implementation of CMV screening as an extension of the success we have seen with universal newborn hearing screening. Prior to newborn hearing screening, children born with hearing loss were often not diagnosed until age 3. Implementation of newborn hearing screening has moved the target age for diagnosis down to 3 months. We know that early diagnosis of CMV, much like early diagnosis of hearing loss, allows for immediate intervention, which can have lifelong impacts. 1 in 200 babies are born with congenital CMV in the United States. Maine sees roughly 12,000 births per year. This means as many as 60 babies in the state of Maine are born each year with congenital CMV that will likely go undiagnosed unless there are obvious signs and symptoms at birth, which is not always the case. Targeted CMV is a wonderful starting point to address this very real issue. In conjunction with the work the CMV work group is doing to provide outreach education regarding CMV prevention to OBGYNs, pediatricians, and other medical professionals who work with parents during the prenatal and early postnatal stages, my hope is that the potential poor outcomes associated with a congenital CMV diagnosis can be mitigated. As an audiologist, I know that hearing loss associated with CMV can be difficult to manage, particularly when the CMV diagnosis goes unknown. The child's hearing can change rapidly and without warning, resulting in poorly fitting hearing technology and difficulty accessing language. I think of one patient I worked with who experienced a significant change in hearing around the age of 5. She had relatively good access to spoken language for years, and suddenly she had almost none. She ultimately became a cochlear implant candidate and has made great gains since receiving her CIs. But in the intervening time, when her hearing was rapidly changing, she struggled at school and at home. This was hugely difficult for her family and for the school professionals working with her. It is now known that CMV was the cause of her progressive hearing loss. I often think of her and how things might have been easier had we been expecting the change in hearing, or even if she had access to treatment shortly after birth.
30 seconds, Catherine.
LD 1747 is the first step in this direction, and I hope the committee will support its passage. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I'm not seeing any questions, so we can go to Kelsey Gagne. Welcome.
Hi, everyone. I'm going to try to not be emotional, but I am a mother, and I bet you guys are parents too. So it's hard to talk about your kids when something happens to them without getting a little heart on your sleeve. So I just wanted to let everyone know, I think it's pertinent in this case that I am an occupational therapist. I work with brain injury individuals, and I had no idea about CMV, and that it is a brain injury until I looked at my daughter's brain that was affected by CMV, and I was baffled. I called the neurologist like on speed dial, and I was like, you need to explain what all of this is about. My daughter's MRI looks a lot different than how she presents in the world. And just like the other parents, I had a healthy pregnancy. I had ultrasounds all over the place, check my placenta, and not one person talked to me about CMV. I always talk about health literacy to my clients and make sure they understand what I'm talking to them about. And to be someone very educated and not hear about this, the mom guilt is times 10. I'm just letting you know that. And my daughter passed the newborn hearing test, and we went home with our healthy baby girl. And I did not realize anything until she was 15 months old and did not turn to her name. And we went to the audiology appointment, and I went alone because I was like, of course, my healthy daughter, she's going to need a little hearing aid or something, right? No, the audiologist told me she was profoundly deaf. I left that appointment shaking in the car. The emotional toll it's taken on me and my family is just, if we talk about mental health because of COVID, mental health because of CMV is just as important, because I had to see a counselor, I had to talk about everything, and to watch my daughter go through it and the effects of learning sign language every night and going to the 300 appointments, my life changed. And so I'm just letting you know that this is my personal story. We all have personal stories. And I know I'm one of many personal stories in the state of Maine, but I really just want you to leave your computers right now and listen, because it changed our lives, not my life, my daughter's life, my family's life, the grandparents' lives, my aunts and uncles, everyone's lives changed in 1 hour appointment. And Haley is luckily has no other neurological issues. She is so bright, and the fact that I could have prevented it, I could have known, I could have vaccinated her, I could have screened her. I have to live with that the rest of my life. And so I think I always wanted to live my life without regrets, and I have one now. And I feel like it's not my fault, but at the same time, it's like, well, you know, that's my kid. We changed her life for the rest, something that could be prevented. And I know my story is more emotional than others, and I could give you stats and I could give you anything else, but I think mental health is huge right now in the nation. And besides the physical piece of CMV, the mental health piece and the emotional toll it takes on these families, we're all bonding together. We're on support groups, and we're on how to learn ASL. Like who learns a language at 45 years old and finds it easy, right? I'm like learning, let's play, you know, and learning everything. And then I forget it, and then I get frustrated, and then I learn it again. So as an OT, I'm learning how to be a speech therapist as well. And I just really think screening could prevent this from happening to other families. And it just baffles me that I guess I thought I knew everything about healthcare, but obviously I did not. And I had a Zoom meeting with my OB, and we had some frank conversations. And I just want everyone's heart to be open to this. And I think that I don't label Haley as deaf. I'm just letting you guys know that she's Haley Ray to me. She's a kid. She's smart. She's a baby. She's going to do great things in this world. And I just hope she is someone that's sitting on a committee someday, listening and preventing things like this from happening to other people, because I just really hope that everyone listens to all the hard work. I know Laura Sweet has done an amazing job being a leader to all of the parents in Maine going through this. And I just really, that's all I have to say. I'm just baffled by being on the other side of healthcare. That's all. It's also, there's a lot of other things I could bring up about healthcare, but I won't.
So are there any comments or questions for Kelsey? Yes, Representative Meyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kelsey, I want to thank you for being here today and to let you know that your testimony is extremely impactful to this committee of policymakers. And I would also add that your Haley is going to do great things because you are her mother. So thank you for being here today.
I just want to add, if you want videos of Haley learning language right now, and every single word that she says is Christmas. So I know CMV is a very hard thing, but it has been a gift also to my heart, because every word she says is a gift to my heart. And I'm just letting you guys know that, that other parents go through their day and their parents get happy when their kid says mama. I'm happy when she says red. I'm happy when she says more. I'm happy when she says anything. And my parents were teachers in education for 35 years. And my dad was a gym teacher and my mom was a second grade teacher. And they are back being teachers. I'm just letting you know that. My dad's doing obstacle courses around our house saying jump, and and we're doing the signs, and Haley, and we're just all I mean, there are beneficial family things that come from tragedies or health issues, but it really takes a team. And I always was blessed to live in Maine, a small state that comes together, and I think we all can have a community. But I just, from the bottom of my heart, it changed my whole entire life and my family's, and I'm sending that out to you guys, and I will be quiet because I could talk about this for hours.
Thank you, Kelsey, for being here and bringing your story. The numbers do matter as we try and do this work, but the stories are what really move things along. And as was said before, impactful stories in particular. So Haley's lucky. Thank you for
Thank you
bringing
very
her
much.
story.
And I just want to add that all my colleagues in healthcare did not know about CMV either. So when I brought it to them, they're like, what? And that's baffling to me, that healthcare providers, PTs, OTs, speech therapists have not heard of CMV. So just to throw that out there.
Maybe this legislation would help. Thank you again.
Thank you.
So now we'll go to Kristen Shorey. Welcome.
Good afternoon, senators, representatives, and committee members. My name is Kristen Shorey, and I'm a teacher of the deaf and a special educator here in Maine for approximately 29 years. I'm also a member of the CMV work group in support of this LD 1747, as well as a consultant for our state of Maine Deaf Blind Project, which is known as the New England Consortium on Deaf Blindness. The reason for sharing this fact with you is that CMV is on the list of conditions which can impact both vision and hearing, which you heard earlier from Duska. As an educator and an early interventionist that works closely and builds trusting relationships with the families in Maine, many of whom you've heard testimony from today, I want you all to understand the importance of early detection and identification. CMV can and should be a priority to confirm or deny at birth. The antiviral medications makes a huge difference in the child's ability to meet and maintain developmental milestones, as well as in some instances stall the loss of additional hearing over time and preserve a child's motor, language, and cognitive skills. I have firsthand working with Maine families whose children were identified with CMV within the first weeks of life, and it is life-changing to have access to that effective treatment. So I just wanted to be short and sweet today, but thank you all so much for this opportunity to share my perspective as a professional here in the state of Maine, working with these children and families from birth to age 22.
Thank you for your testimony, Kristen. Are there any questions of Ms. Shorey? I'm not seeing any, so thank you again. Now we'll hear from Laura Sweet. As soon as you're unmuted. There
Hi,
we go.
thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and members of the committee. My name is Laura Sweet, and I live in Cumberland. I'm speaking in support of LD 1747. I'm the mother of 2 children. My youngest, Jane, is 7 years old and one of the thousands of children born each year with a permanent disability due to congenital cytomegalovirus, or CMV. I have served as the parent representative of the Maine CDC CMV work group since this committee convened the group in May 2017. I'm here today to share my family's experience and why this legislation, based on the work group's recommendations, is critical for families in Maine. Like me, most people do not even realize they've been infected with CMV. I had a seemingly normal full-term pregnancy with Jane, and she appeared a healthy, thriving newborn. We were devastated when we eventually learned I'd passed the virus in utero to Jane, causing damage to her brain, one of her eyes, and her hearing. As a result, Jane is at greater risk for developing seizures, learning disabilities, vision problems, and she is profoundly deaf. I was shocked that CMV is such a common and preventable virus and frustrated that I and so many other women had never been educated about its risks or preventive measures. During my pregnancy with Jane, our older son was a toddler attending daycare full-time. I was completely unaware that CMV is very prevalent among toddlers and in daycare settings and commonly passed through their bodily fluids. Had I known the risk CMV posed to my unborn daughter, I absolutely would have altered my behavior accordingly. Simple preventive measures, such as avoiding shared utensils, food or drinks with my toddler, and being more vigilant about hand washing while caring for him, could have made all the difference. I followed all other guidance given by my prenatal care team and would have adhered to these simple precautionary recommendations as well. Fortunately, newborn hearing screening identified the potential for Jane's hearing loss at birth. This prompted follow-up audiology visits, critical early intervention services, and care from specialists at Boston Children's Hospital, eventually leading to 2 cochlear implant surgeries. It took nearly a year, though, for her to be diagnosed with congenital CMV, and it was only possible after we insisted on obtaining and testing her newborn blood spot sample. We unfortunately missed the optimal window of opportunity for antiviral treatment as a result. Jane endured countless evaluations, appointments, and trips to Boston, searching for a diagnosis that we could have gotten before leaving the birth hospital if targeted newborn CMV screening had been the standard of care. Thanks to ongoing CMV work group efforts, there has been progress, but the recommendations made 5 years ago have not been widely implemented. Educational resources and flyers have been developed and are ready to be distributed to healthcare providers and families. Targeted newborn screening protocols, as Duska had mentioned, have been piloted by a small handful of dedicated providers that could be shared with other hospitals and pediatric practices across Maine. The groundwork has been laid, and LD 1747 would finally make statewide implementation possible. The lack of public and provider awareness cannot continue. Women must be educated about CMV risks and simple preventive measures during pregnancy. Babies with congenital CMV need to be identified at birth and receive care right away. I hope this committee will join us in supporting LD 1747. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for that testimony and apparently being quite a leader in the community. So thank you for that. Are there questions of Laura Sweet? I don't see any, but thank you again and thank you for your work. Then now we'll hear from Mark Schleiss. Welcome.
Hi, yeah, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be able to chat with you. I had a lovely visit in Maine in Augusta 3 years ago, met and had lunch with Chris Pizzullo and some of his staff, and we talked about CMV screening. So I've followed with interest the story as it's evolved in Maine. I've been studying congenital CMV for about 35 years, and I'm very interested in legislative initiatives to try to increase knowledge and awareness. And so as I understand the bill, there are 2 components. Kelsey just spoke eloquently about if she'd only known. And if we had better knowledge and awareness, we'd prevent a lot of these infections. There's no question about it. So that component of this bill seems like it should be a no-brainer, and states have readily adopted this in other legislation around the country. The second piece, the targeted screening piece, as we call it, is also very important, and I'm very supportive. And I just want to make a couple of points that maybe haven't come up in the discussion in the last hour. The comment I often get from people is, well, you know, I failed the newborn hearing screen, I get referred, I get follow-up, I get evaluation. Why can't I just get a CMV test in the office when the baby's 3 or 4 weeks old or 6 weeks old? And And the answer is you can't, because it's not reliable, because if it's positive, you don't know if that baby got CMV in the womb before birth or if the baby got CMV after birth. Women who breastfeed who are CMV seropositive, that is to say they have CMV antibodies, they will commonly shed cytomegalovirus in their breast milk. And so when we evaluate a 6-week-old, a 6-month-old, a 2-year-old who's shedding cytomegalovirus in their urine or saliva, we don't know when that child got the infection. That's why you have to test the baby in the newborn period. Otherwise, it's unreliable. So I think that's just a critical point in all of this discussion about targeted screening. The second point I wanted to make, Sam Zager brought up a really good question about number needed to treat and mathematical analyses. We did that study in Minnesota a number of years ago. We asked, okay, the Minnesota Department of Health, send us all of your blood spots on any baby that's refer on that newborn hearing screen. We did it in an anonymized fashion, and we found that just under 3%, 2.7% of all babies that are refer on the newborn hearing screen actually have cytomegalovirus at birth. And so this kind of legislation will be critical for a third point that I wanted to make, which is this kind of bill saves money. And even though Maine, like many states, like Minnesota, has a big budget surplus right now, at the end of the day, we're all concerned about these fiscal issues. Targeted screening saves the system money. Because if you have a baby that is demonstrated to have hearing loss, after they go through their sort of workup and evaluation, they're, let's say, 8 weeks old, 10 weeks old, and they're shedding CMV in their urine. Well, now what? We don't know if that baby had congenital CMV or acquired it after birth. So then we go off on what my colleague, Al Park in Utah, has called the diagnostic odyssey, just like the poem by Homer, right? We go on an odyssey. We do genetic testing. We do MRIs. We do metabolic workups. We spend thousands of dollars to try to understand why this baby has hearing loss. And we should do that, right? I mean, we should do that. These kids deserve it. I'm not questioning that. But what I'm saying is, if we had a simple test that could identify the cause of the hearing loss in the newborn period reliably, we wouldn't have to do all that stuff. And so, legislators around the country have really latched on to this point. I think it's important that targeted screening for CMV in the newborn period actually saves the healthcare system money, because it obviates the need for that diagnostic odyssey down the road. So those are the points I just wanted to make. It's a pleasure to spend a few minutes with you, and I'd be glad to answer any questions you might have. I'll just conclude by saying that this is kind of a red letter day in Minnesota. Our state newborn hearing screening committee just signed off yesterday on a universal cytomegalovirus screening bill. So Minnesota is going to become the first state in the United States to screen all newborns for CMV. We will join Ontario, Canada, which began at about 2 years ago. So it's very exciting, and COVID's not going to last forever. We're going to get through this, and CMV will be there when COVID settles down. And so now is the time to be thinking about innovative ideas that can help babies and help families. So I'll shut up now, and glad to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you for your testimony. Is it Dr. Schleiss?
Yeah.
Yeah. I did see one question from Representative Craven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I had a question. I wondered whether a child contacted CMV after birth, whether that would cause brain damage as well.
That's a great question. Thank you for asking that. We don't think that the acquisition of CMV after birth has any significance at all. In fact, in all of human history, 40,000 years that we've walked the globe and painted pictures in caves, and in all of human history, the most common way that you get CMV is from breastfeeding. Actually, it's a very common way. We don't think that the acquisition of those infections after birth matters. It's only if the baby gets the infection in the womb that you begin to see these issues that we've heard about from Laura and Kelsey and others. And so that's a really important question. That's why this newborn window is so important. And if we wait too long to do the CMV test, then we've missed the opportunity to really know the answer for sure. And then we got to do all these other tests. And I think that's an important part of targeted screening, get an early answer so you can not worry the family with all of these other tests and get the ball rolling on the therapy that the baby needs.
So does that answer your question, Representative Craven?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you for the question. So, Dr. Slice, are we aiming too low by doing targeted, or is that the logical next step? And did you do targeted in Minneapolis? Just for the record, you're from the University of Minnesota, right?
I am from the University of Minnesota. We initiated a targeted screening program with a couple of our health systems a few years ago. And so we do have data, and we have been doing that as sort of a I don't want to say standard of care, because that's a complicated choice of words, but we've been doing it as just sort of a systems quality improvement project, but not in every health system. So there's been some, negotiation about that. That's why having it be a part of just a legislated standard, I think is attractive. I also worry a little bit about creating situations in which people who have the money and the resources to get testing can do it on their own. I know in Australia, for example, they're advertising to parents, get a saliva test for CMV before you go home. Clinical microbiology labs are charging up to $600 to do this. And so that's why I worry about these issues, because I think we need equity. I think we need to treat every baby the same, and having it controlled by the state newborn screening program is, I think, a step toward health equity. So that's a concern of mine too. And to your question about whether we're aiming too low, I don't know. In a sense, getting this universal screening bill in Minnesota exceeded my expectations, actually. I mean, I was like thrilled. Oh my gosh, we actually did it. And so because other states have tried, Amanda Devereaux, who may still be on, worked with a representative in Iowa 7 or 8 years ago to get universal screening in Iowa, and there was pushback. So I feel like the stars were in alignment in Minnesota to do this. Whether it could be replicated in another state, I think only time will tell. So I think if you had the choice, now I'm just sort of offering my opinion, not really data, but I mean, my opinion would be that if you had the choice between moving forward with your targeted screening / knowledge and awareness bill versus tabling it and looking at universal screening, I would say move forward with what you got now. Don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. You're going to be able to help kids with targeted screening. Universal screening is politically probably more of a stretch. And I think you have precedent in, as Amanda mentioned, at least 10 other states now for this. It will save the system money. It will give answers earlier on in a more reliable fashion, and it will change the lives of these babies. And so I would love to see every state do universal screening in the next 10 years. But I would say move forward with what you have on the table now, because it will do good. It will help families. It will help children. And universal screening might be something you could circle back and look at in a couple of years after you have some data from this targeted screening program.
Thank you for your comments, sir. I don't see any other questions, so let's go to Megan Carey when you're unmuted.
Sorry about that. You got my voice and not my picture, so hold on one second.
You're
Senator
good.
Claxton, Representative Meyer, and members of the committee. My name is Megan Carey, and I live in Portland. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of LD 1747. I join my voice with the other parents and esteemed doctors who support education and increased awareness and screening for CMV. It was a life-changing moment hearing a doctor tell me that my little boy had failed his newborn hearing screen. In August of 2014, our son arrived nearly 4 weeks early. While he failed 2 screenings in the hospital, we were assured that a failed test is common in premature births and often due to innocuous circumstances. We were referred to a local audiologist for further testing a couple of months later. We advocated for a closer follow-up date and got an appointment in September where Percy registered for moderate to moderately severe hearing loss, and we scheduled a second test for a month later. In that time, Percy's hearing declined rapidly. At our next appointment, the audiologist documented severe hearing loss, and by December, his loss was registering as profound. At this time, my husband happened to confide with a friend who had a close connection with the leading pediatric ENT at Massachusetts Eye and Ear Infirmary, who asked for a CMV urine screen. And in a few days, we knew that Percy had cytomegalovirus, which, given his other diagnoses, was likely the cause of his sensorineural hearing loss. This put into sharp focus the lack of awareness and urgency around testing for CMV with our Maine doctors. If we hadn't pushed for that first hearing test to be a month earlier, we might never have known that Percy's hearing loss was moderate. That year in January, we saw an infectious disease specialist at Massachusetts General Hospital. He prescribed valganciclovir, a trusted antiviral drug newly suitable for infants, and gave us a fair, if hard to read, prognosis. He said the drug can stop the effects of CMV and prevent the development of further symptoms. It has the potential to even reverse some of the effects of the infection, though at Percy's age, he said he wouldn't hold out hope. Now, if you had come to me at 5 weeks instead of 5 months, we might be looking at a very different outcome. And that was really hard to hear. Percy is 7 now. He has bilateral cochlear implants and he's thriving in the 2nd grade. And while we feel so lucky that our healthy and happy child has access to this technology, we can't help but consider that our path may have been different. What if our doctors in Maine used the newborn hearing screen as a trigger to screen for CMV? What if one of the doctors or specialists we saw in the early days had noted the signs? What if Percy started valganciclovir in time to preserve his hearing? Percy's CMV diagnosis heightened our pediatrician's awareness, and he participated in the 2017 work group, and he has submitted testimony in support of LD 1747 today. I'm here because the CMV work group has already laid the groundwork, and I urge you to support this bill so we can achieve our goal of statewide implementation.
Thank you for being here.
Sure.
And I'm glad to hear that Percy's doing well, all things considered.
Yeah.
I don't see any questions, so we'll go to Steve Meister. Welcome. When you're unmuted, we want to hear from you.
Okay, hopefully I'm unmuted. Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services. My name is Stephen Meister. I live in Winthrop, Maine. I'm a pediatrician. I'm a developmental and behavioral pediatrician. And for the last 10 years, I've been the medical director of the Edmond Irvin Pediatric Center. And we see lots of children with developmental delay, developmental disabilities, and who are deaf and hard of hearing. Thank you for the opportunity to address the committee, and I'm standing in support of LD 1747. I also should add that I'm the past president of the Maine chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics, and Deb Hagler submitted testimony on behalf of the chapter in support of LD 1747. We've already heard that CMV is the most common congenital viral infection affecting newborns in the United States. CMV is a leading cause of deafness and cerebral palsy. And we also heard that it's important to make this diagnosis early, and identifying CMV in the first 21 days of life is relatively easy. You can just do a urine test, and it's called a PCR, and we've all heard about PCRs because of COVID. And so you can get that test, you will know if the baby has CMV, but if you delay, it's much harder to make the diagnosis. I'm also going to say that I followed a little boy who we didn't diagnose till he was 4 years old. And it was Alexa Craig in Portland, who's a pediatric neurologist. I sent her this little boy with really pretty severe cerebral palsy. And she got an MRI, it was abnormal. And she used the blood spot screen to make the diagnosis at age 4, which is way too late for treatment for this child. We want to get it early so that we can do early intervention. We know that there are certain problems that will happen with these children. We know the hearing loss can be progressive, so we need to follow them. And that's a reason to do at least targeted intervention. I just saw on Monday a little boy in foster care who's 13 months old. He didn't pass the hearing screen in the newborn period because of family issues. He never got the hearing test. He's hypotonic, low muscle tone. He's motor delayed. He's speech delayed. He has very little language development, and he's not been tested for CMV. And my number one recommendation to the primary care provider is to test him right away. I was on the work group in 2017. We made the recommendations in 2018. And to be honest, I'm surprised that we're here now. I really thought that we had addressed this issue. But apparently just making recommendations isn't strong enough. And so I'm standing in support of LD 1747. For Representative Zager, I asked our legislative liaison to include a paper on cost effectiveness of universal and targeted newborn screening that was published in JAMA Pediatrics in 2016. I have it sitting in front of me. So hopefully that will be added to the list of papers that you guys can look at. And we addressed all of this when we wrote the report and when we met 5 years ago. I'll end there and take any questions if there are any.
Thank you, Dr. Meister. I just checked the references list, and the 2017 Pediatric Targeted Approach paper is in there. Doesn't reference universal screening, it describes targeted approach. Right. Are there any questions for Steve Meister? Yes, Representative Zager.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Dr. Meister, thanks very much for coming in and for your ongoing work helping kids in Maine be healthy. I guess kind of in line with the question that Senator Claxton asked earlier and Dr. Slice responded to about are we doing enough? Is this going far enough? But my question is regarding the 21-day criteria. Given that weeks seems to matter in terms, the effectiveness of treatment seems to matter on a week by week or even within a couple of months basis. If you had your druthers, would you, are you comfortable with 21 days? Would you recommend 14 days? What are the pros and cons of something like that?
You know, I was involved in the HIV guidelines as well a number of years ago when I was the maternal child health medical director. And what we learned then was we really needed to do the testing within the first 24 hours of life. And it certainly seems that within 21 days is acceptable to make this diagnosis in an early way. If you really start digging into this, you're going to find a real dialogue, kind of a point counterpoint as to whether universal screening is going to overdiagnose. CMV, like any other virus, can be asymptomatic. And in fact, like with COVID-19 and many other viruses, most people who get it are asymptomatic, including babies. And so trying to associate the virus and disease is not always so straightforward. We've all watched public health experts get caught up in the conflicts. And so we recommended targeted screening because it's really clear that that this group of babies is at high risk, and that this group of babies would benefit from evaluation and treatment. And we know that we're going to miss a lot of babies who are affected by the virus, but most of those babies who are asymptomatic at birth are not going to be sick. There are people who worry that we'll tell parents that their child will get sick when they won't, and so they'll have undue worry. That's a theoretical issue. They addressed that actually in England and found that that may not be founded, but it's in part the reason that the work group originally recommended targeted screening for babies that are clearly affected at birth: small head size, prematurity, low birth weight, low muscle tone, developmental delays, microcephaly, so real small head size, and doesn't pass the newborn hearing screen. Those all should be reasons to get a test early on, and it's not happening. That's so as a developmental pediatrician, these children, when they're developmentally delayed, are sent to me. They're not being tested. So I normally would say we need to recommend that providers do the right thing. Well, we did that, and we didn't change behavior. So that's why I'm supportive of legislation at this time. Does that answer your question?
To a certain extent,
I think a stepwise approach is better.
Maybe a different forum would be better for the rest of the discussion. Right. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question and the testimony. Glad you could be here and provide some additional background. Good to see you. We have
Carla says hi, Ned.
Okay, thanks. Say hi back. I think we've heard from all the people in support of the bill, and there is one person to speak in terms of neither for nor against, at which point we'll take a break for a few moments before getting to consideration of LD 1767. So let's hear from Sarah Calder.
Good afternoon, everyone. Senator Claxton, Representative Myers, and members of the committee. I'm Sarah Calder. I'm the Director of Government Affairs at Maine Health, and I'm here to share our support, but also our concerns with certain aspects of LD 1747. As you've heard today, and I would also like to thank the families for coming forward to share their stories. CMV is the most common infectious cause of birth defects in the United States. And so it's for that reason that we strongly support the promotion and distribution of public and provider education materials that's included in the bill. Our concern with the legislation, however, is twofold. First, and as I think Dr. Meister mentioned, testing in asymptomatic newborns is not evidence-based according to the American Academy of Pediatrics. And then our second concern is that appropriate CMV testing and patient follow-up should occur in the outpatient doctor's office and not in the hospital setting. So I'll start with our first concern. Evidence-based practices do not support screening of newborns for CMV who fail an infant hearing test, but are otherwise asymptomatic, as there's not a treatment option other than audiological follow-up, which would already be recommended based on the 2 failed hearing screens. As you've heard today, more than half of infants who will have CMV-associated hearing loss will have normal hearing at birth and will be missed by this targeted approach. And then for infants with signs of congenital CMV at birth, There are antiviral medications, which you've heard about, that may improve hearing and developmental outcomes, but they can have serious side effects. And they've only been studied in babies with signs of congenital CMV. There's limited information on the effectiveness of the medication to treat babies with hearing loss alone. Our second concern, and really the most, I think, important concern, is that the appropriate CMV testing and patient follow-up should occur in the outpatient's doctor's office and not the hospital setting. So currently, hospitals in Maine are required by state law to offer parents newborn genetic testing, which is the newborn blood spot screening program, which you've also heard about today, newborn hearing screening, and then as other diagnostic testing. The newborn blood spot screening program is administered by the state, and the blood specimen is analyzed by the Maine Health and Environmental Testing Laboratory, so the state lab. And while the results are provided to the hospital for record-keeping purposes, the department follows up with recommendations to the infant's designated primary care provider, not the hospital. So
30 seconds, Sarah.
Thank you. LD 1747 would place the burden of the specimen collection and the testing on the hospital, but then it's silent on the follow-up. So similar to the newborn blood spot screening program, we feel like it would be more appropriate for the state lab to perform the CMV testing of the specimen and then the state to follow up or to coordinate any follow-up testing and care with the infant's primary care provider. In most cases, hospitals provide no follow-up care to infants once they're discharged. All that care is coordinated through the infant's primary care provider. So for those reasons, we urge the legislature and this committee to support increasing awareness in public and provider education of CMV, but not put private practice standards into law. And so with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Any questions to follow up on that testimony? I'm not seeing any. So will you be around for a work session?
Yes,
Sarah?
I will.
Okay, great. I don't see any questions. There being no other, there's one set of hands up. I think that's been long standing. Okay, so I think at this point, we can take a break for 10 minutes, come back at 3:33 and resume our hearing on LD 1787. As of last I knew, there were 3 people to testify on that bill. So we'll take a break for 10 minutes. So welcome back to a continuation of our Health and Human Services hearing. We'll now, before we get to consideration of LD 1767, I've again forgotten to ask the committee if there's any information they would like from our analysts in anticipation of the work session. I'm not seeing any questions. So Sam, if you're there, the only thought I had would be to see that 2018 recommendations report from the work group. I'd like to understand how they landed on hospital follow-up as opposed to state lab follow-up.
Sure.
Yes, Representative Javner.
Thank you, Senator Claxton. I'm also interested in having some more information concerning the pilot program that they are doing at Eastern Maine Medical Center. If there's any information at all that they can share with us, or they can also, maybe somebody can be at the work session as well, so we can ask more questions about that.
Very good. Any other questions or requests for data from legislative analyst Sam? Okay, so that being the case, I'd invite the clerk to bring in for introduction of LD 1767, Representative Newell, Lisa Saka Basin, and Whitney Parrish. Those are the three that I'm aware of who want to testify, although I'm not seeing Parrish.
She may have had to leave early and may not have come back. I will keep looking to
That's
see
what
if she
I
pops in.
understood. Yeah, she may have needed to be in a hurry. Okay. So welcome, Representative Newell. You're here to introduce LD 1767, I believe.
Yes, thank you.
Go right ahead.
Good day, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services. It's good to see you all. I am Rena Newell, tribal representative for the Passamaquoddy tribe of Sabayak and Madocmigook, and I reside as a tribal citizen of Sabayak. Thank you for the opportunity to present for this committee's consideration LD 1767, an act to ensure tribal representation in the public health infrastructure submitted by the Department of Health and Human Services pursuant to Joint Rule 203. Last fall, I was contacted by the Department of Health and Human Services to sponsor what is now LD 1677, an act again to ensure tribal representation in the public health infrastructure. I understand this bill will allow additional flexibility in who can fill the important role of tribal public health district liaison to the state's public health infrastructure at the Maine CDC. Permitting the liaison to be an employee of the tribal public health district, Wabanaki Public Health and Wellness, will also ensure unity among the infrastructure serving tribal citizens. Therefore, I welcome the opportunity to present today. I am glad to work with the department to put forward this proposal, and will look to Ian Taffy, Director of the Office of Population Health Equity at Maine CDC, to offer you additional details about the bill. In addition, I understand that the committee will also hear and/or receive testimony in support of this bill from tribal leadership and tribal citizenship. I appreciate your time, consideration, and encourage the committee's support. Respectfully presented, Willie One, thank you.
Thank you for bringing that testimony to us, or that offering that bill for us. Let's go, if it's the logical order, you mentioned Ian Yaffe. Let's go to him next. And welcome, sir, as soon as you're unmuted.
Sure. Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services. My name is Ian Yaffe, and I'm the Director of the Office of Population Health Equity. And I'm here to provide testimony on behalf of this bill on behalf of the Maine CDC. Before I begin, I wanted to acknowledge two people here with me today. One, Representative Newell, who we are very grateful for submitting this bill on behalf of the department and for her assistance in ensuring interest and support for this proposal with leadership from the tribes. And also Lisa Sakabason, who is here and was formerly director of this office, and now serves as the co-CEO of the Tribal Health District, Wabanaki Public Health and Wellness, and will share more with you about their amazing work and partnerships, most likely next. This bill amends the laws governing the coordination of public health infrastructure components to allow for the tribal district's public liaison to be either a tribal employee or a tribal district employee, in this case, Wabanaki Public Health and Wellness, which serves as the tribal district. It also updates language to reflect the reestablishment of the Office of Health Equity, now called the Office of Population Health Equity at Maine CDC. And so the primary purpose of this bill is to provide flexibility and to ensure that the tribal health district can determine the most appropriate structure for its employees based on the district's vision, mission, and goal of self-determination. The bill also aligns the tribal health district with this office and best positions both the district and the district's public liaison to receive support from our team and to feel supported within and beyond Maine CDC. The tribal district's public liaison does a lot of different things. Among those roles and responsibility includes partnership with the tribes, the tribal health directors, state public health entities, and district coordinating councils. The liaison also assists with coordinating public health functions at the tribal level and with the district coordinating councils. It produces the quarterly Maine Intertribal Health newsletter and provides educational opportunities to tribal communities in a variety of settings, including group meetings, health fairs, and information about prevention and management of a variety of health conditions, including cardiovascular and heart health events, blood pressure and cholesterol screenings, and tobacco use. And so this role is really essential to the tribal district's population-wide focus. Providing this flexibility for the public liaison to be employed by the tribe or by the tribal health district will increase the ability of the tribal health district to achieve its mission and vision, and to ensure that it can determine the best employment structure for its district liaisons. Maine CDC encourages the committee to make this change in order to ensure that there's appropriate and necessary flexibility in fulfilling this vital role. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions of Ian Yaffe? I don't see any. Thank you for being here. Next, we'll hear from Lisa Sakabason. Hello and welcome.
Hello, Willie One, thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee for Health and Human Services. My name is Lisa Sakabason, and as was just mentioned, I am the co-CEO of Wabanaki Public Health and Wellness, the organization that serves tribal people wherever they may live in Maine, as well as the 4 tribal nations. I am here to support LD 1767, an act to ensure tribal representation in the public health infrastructure. In my former role directing the Office of Minority Health, I understood why the legislation was written as it was written. And because times change, and I'm going to describe that in a moment, I'm supporting the department bill that is asking for this flexibility. I ask for your support as submitted by the department. Our state public health system is unique. More than a decade ago, Maine DHHS created a more localized public health infrastructure. This infrastructure was to ensure that public health was better represented in all corners of the state. During the creation of this more localized public health system, 8 district liaison positions were established. Each of these liaison positions were responsible for a geographic area focused on developing public health priorities, activities, and relationships within that area. Due to the unique relationships our tribes have had with state government, it was decided at that time that a 9th liaison position would be hired by the tribes, by a tribe, to serve not as a geographic district, but rather a population-based district, the tribal public health district. During the same time, the tribal district was overseen through a contract with a selected number of people working with directly the Office of Minority Health. The tribal district, known as the Wabanaki Public Health District, was not an organization at this time. Rather, it was through this contract. It allowed for a few people to conduct public health work within the 5 tribal communities and to slowly develop the entity that would one day become Wabanaki Public Health and Wellness. Over a decade later, our tribal public health district, known as Wabanaki Public Health and Wellness, is a well-established 501c3 with over 100 team members, hiring 35 more, representing each tribal nation, providing public health services to each tribe and Indigenous people all throughout the state. Wabanaki Public Health and Wellness works closely with each chief and supports their visions for health and wellness for their communities. WPHW is proud of what they've created and knows that this change to the original statute is necessary to further build our tribal public health district in a way that makes sense, is strategic, and that supports all people who work directly with the tribal public health system. This change will allow for each person working for tribal public health to work within one infrastructure, one team, and to further accomplish the many goals that this team has created for themselves. So I ask for your support on LD 1767. Chiwiliwin. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of Lisa Sakabasin? I don't see any. On our list initially was to be testimony from Whitney Parrish, but I understand that she couldn't stay couldn't stay long enough to testify. It doesn't look like she's submitted testimony yet, so I'd invite her to do that. So we have as complete a representation as possible in the conversation of people who wanted to have something to say. I don't see any other questions. So nobody else to speak for or against. Are there, so that'll conclude the public hearing portion of our consideration of LD 1767. And I'd ask the committee if there's any information that they'd like from our legislative analysts in anticipation of a work session. Representative Newell?
Thank you, Senator. I was just wondering if Chief Sabatis may be floating around in the internet land, or
if Chief Sabatis is floating around, we don't see her in the attendees list, so she hasn't made it that far into the electronic sphere.
Okay, all right then. Just so wanted to be sure to ask.
She too would be invited to submit anything that she wanted to in a print form.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, well, I keep checking and there's nobody floating. So I think we're going to miss out on that testimony, at least the verbal portion. So somebody had a hand up on the panelist side. Yes, Sam.
I just wanted to note to the committee, we did receive testimony from Chief Sabatis in writing.
Okay, very good. All right. Any questions to go to Sam in anticipation of a work session? I don't see, oh, yes, Representative Perry.
I guess the question I have, because this bill really looks something very agreed with the department and all the parties involved, if it would be reasonable to go into work session at this time.
You want to make that in the form of a motion?
Yeah, I'll make that a motion.
And I'll second the motion, yes.
And Senator Moore has seconded it. Representative Meyer?
Senator Moore jumped the gun and got to it first.
She's quick. So there's a motion on the floor to move to a work session for consideration of LD 1767. Is there any discussion of that? I don't see any. I don't see any hands up. Yes, Representative Perry, is your hand back up?
Yes, it's back up. I'd like to make a motion not to pass.
Very good. And the motion's been made and seconded. So before that, we have to vote to go into the work session, and then we'll entertain your motion. You're just trying to keep up with Senator Moore, I can tell. Okay, so I think we can do the work session on a show of hands. So all those in favor of going into a work session for consideration of this bill, please raise your hand. That's unanimous of those present. I can't see Senator Baldacci, although he's here. So I'll wait to see if he comes off of, shows his video. So we'll go with unanimous of those present. And there is a pre-existing motion on the floor now to that this ought to pass. Is that correct, Representative Perry?
Yes.
Yes. Representative Zager?
I second.
So that's been made and seconded a couple times. I think Representative Meyer was 1 second and you're a second. So I think we got to vote on this. And so at this point, I would ask Karen Thomas to run the committee vote.
Representative Zager.
Yes.
Representative Zager, yes. Representative Lemlin.
Yes.
Representative Lemlin, yes. Representative Stover.
Yes.
Representative Stover, yes. Senator Baldacci. Senator Baldacci absent. Representative Perry.
Yes.
Representative Perry, yes. Representative Javner.
Yes.
Representative Javner, yes. Representative Madigan. Representative Madigan, absent. Representative Craven.
Yes.
Representative Craven, yes. Representative Connor. Representative Connor, absent. Representative Griffin.
Yes.
Representative Griffin, yes. Senator Moore.
Yes.
Senator Moore, yes. Representative Meyer.
Yes.
Representative Meyer, yes. Senator Claxton.
Yes.
Senator Claxton, yes.
So that again is unanimous of those present. We can't announce that as a unanimous vote of the committee until the absent committee members have a chance to register their vote. But I'm pleased at the outcome and that we were able to deal with this right away. So thank you again, Representative Newell, for being here, and Lisa Sakabason for bringing your testimony. And it looks like Ian Yaffe's in the attendees list, so he can probably hear us, and thank him for that too. Any other questions or business to come before this committee? Because I think that concludes our work session. That being the case, we will reconvene tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. We've redone the schedule since it was initially published. We tried to get LD 1729 to a different committee and were rebuffed. So that'll be rescheduled for another time. But we'll also be hearing from Dr. Shaw at 10:30. I don't have my calendar before me. Is that when we start, Karen?
Holding.
Senator, may just extend a thank you.
Yes.
Well, thank
10:30.
you again for being here and for bringing this along.
Thank you so much.
Would that
Enjoy the
all
rest
the
of your
bills
day.
were that easy.
I know, right? Thank you, everyone.
Okay, so who can speak to our start time tomorrow?
Yes,
Knowledgeable.
10:30 briefing.
Okay, 10:30 briefing. That'll be the start. And
There was,
again, yes,
I
Senator
want to
Moore.
interrupt, but there was, in the new calendar, there's still discussion of report format and assignments.
Yes.
And that would give us a half an hour to do that if we started.
Okay.
Yes, my apologies. It is still listed on the calendar. You're absolutely right. 10 a.m. discussion of format and assignments of reports.
Okay, so we'll meet at 10 a.m. and have a half hour to discuss that. Was that what your hand up was for, Senator Moore? Okay. All right, thank you for servicing that, Representative Perry. So there being no other business before the committee, I'd entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second. And all those in favor? Very good. See everybody tomorrow. Thank you for being here.